Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. I hope you're having a wonderful time. You can call me Dragon, and today we're continuing work on MonsterStone once Unity gets loaded. Yes, how shall we say it? So yesterday I didn't stream because I had a bunch of stuff that I needed to take care of. Let's get that out of the way first, I guess. Nothing to talk about, I suppose. But yeah, I had no idea how long it would take, so I ended up just calling it and saying, okay, instead of promising like a stream 1 or 2 hours later, then just straight out cancel it and then we'll just catch it up some other time. Because I had to call a bunch of people related to this course that I took part in so that I can progress to the next stage, essentially, because there's still some my voice is already giving out. It's a great sign. There's still some paperwork that needs to be taken care of, and I'm gonna do that Friday. But to set it all up, I needed to make a phone call and make sure I got everything right, of course, along the way. So not knowing how long it would take, I was like, okay, this might take 1 hour to do, it might take 2. But yeah, ended up being a decent call. I was like done, how many hours later? 3 hours later than I would normally start streaming, so yeah, it would have been like a shorter stream, which I could have done, but instead of just getting completely swarmed, I decided to just take the rest of the day off. Because I can do that. But I think we're about ready. Unity is at least loaded. My voice is not. It is very much still being processed. It's buffering, I guess you could say. Well, it's also this cold drink. So before the stream today, I also decided to move some stuff around, so hopefully this side of the camera is going to be a little bit more stable. I don't know, I'll have to watch it closely, monitor closely as we go forward. Right, so what were we doing again? Because it's been a week and Dragon can't remember much. I know we were working on UI, but exactly how far we got. Yeah, so we got the toggle button almost working. I don't remember how much working it is, so why don't we start there, I suppose? Because the goal for now is to make sure that these buttons, or these types of buttons, if you will, sliders and whatnot, they work as I want them to. So options menu, that's where we are. Options BG, container, right. And then we're working on the graphics menu, at least for the time being. And we got the settings, and we got the settings container. Settings category container. Yeah, it's like a long ass steep hierarchy. But we had to do that in order to make it all like work accordingly. That might be a way to consolidate this, but I mean, once you get it working, there's no way in hell that I want to touch this again. Because that's just asking for trouble. Okay, so we got the toggle settings example here, depth of field, enable depth of field. That should be this thing, right? Yes. Coolio. Get this menu a little bit smaller. So how far did we get? I guess the best way to figure out is just to play the game. Because I know we got it to toggle, and I was dealing with the whole, once you press the toggle button in Unity and press space, it's like locked to that toggle, and then pressing space will press it again. Might be somewhere in an input manager as set up as a default, because that's an interaction I don't want to have. Also, let's lower that volume just a little bit for you guys. Fuck. I don't have to press new game. Yeah, so we also got it to work so that it would set the settings once we enter the main menu according to the last settings you apply before closing the game. Oh yeah, and most importantly, the toggle button actually affects the depth of field. Right, so that works. It is a little bit much having to go to the main menu to return to the game, but it's just gonna stay like that for now. Yeah, and it all works through events, so that's pretty easy to do. It was all like one script, right? Then we have a specific flow macro for whether or not it's a toggle or whether or not it's a slider. Yes. So we need to make the third variance of this, which is the drop-down menu. I've never worked with drop-down menus before, so this is going to be interesting. Where to start? I guess it makes the most sense to use the focus distance as an example. Because it's basically this, but without the variable number. Oh, fuck. Right. I forget these are prefabs. Unpack prefab completely, and then we can delete you. And then settings left, which obviously we'll rename eventually, but instead of a slider here, we need to have a drop-down menu. Wow, my voice went a really weird place. Okay, so drop down text mesh pro, okay. And there's input field, huh? Curious, okay. I mean, we might need the input field for something else at some other point. Right now we just need a drop down menu. How does this work? Because it's just like sitting there right now and it's all scaled weird. I suppose we need a layout element. Preferred with maybe 360? Yeah. Oh, 320. And then minimum height? I don't remember. What's the other one set to? Nothing. Oh, right, because that scales with the text size, doesn't it? If I were to change that from 20, yeah, this one scales with text size. Because it has a vertical layer group inside of it. So in drop down, there's there's a lot of stuff here. I suppose for now we'll just set a width of 60 just so we're not in doubt what we're working with here. Templates. Okay. How does this work? The label is the text. Okay. Option A. And in here we have the drop down component. So we've got, what do we have here? Target graphic drop down. So it's targeting itself. Okay. And then the template is the template there. I wonder what that's for. Caption text, so that's the label that we have saying option A. That means the options here are going to affect the text to option A, B, C. Okay, and if I change it here, it changes it dynamically. Okay, well, why don't we take a look at the camera settings, if I can find them again. There's like a myriad of ways I can get to it, but I think getting through the camera might be the easiest for me to find it. Because I need to access our... Where is it? Post-processing behavior, this one. Because there's the kernel size, that's the one. So there's small, medium, large, very large. Let's just try and set one up for those. Small, medium, large, and very large. Because that's our sort of test case. I don't know if these settings are gonna make it to the final build of the game, but right now I'm just making the framework, so this is excellent to mess around with. There's also a sprite here. I wonder if that's... What does that do? What happens if we put a sprite in here? We can try and set two different sprites just to see what happens. Oh, okay, so it needs a caption image then, I suppose, in order to change the sprite. That's probably what it is. And it's not showing up because there's no image reference. Item text, item label. Okay. Sliding area handle. Okay, so it's also got a sliding handle. Damn, it's got a lot of stuff here. Okay. Templates. There's a lot of stuff in this one. There's a toggle and everything. Huh. Well, let's see what happens if we just start, because I did just use the default UI thing, so hopefully it's just gonna work out of the box, but we'll see. I mean, it is in a weird hierarchy after all. Why is it all the way up in the corner like that? The fook? Heck? What happened? Oh. What do I know that you can scroll here, zoom in and out, but why was that like so zoomed in? Oh well. So here, what exactly happens? So when I click this, it makes a drop down list. Uh-huh. Ah, and that's what the template is. Also, what happened to the... Okay, Unity just needed to think for a moment. That means the template is this thing. Well, that's gonna be a pain in the ass. Unless I can just enable the template and then once we're like to edit it, and then once we're done, we just disable this thing. Ah. That is exactly what it is. Okay. Because obviously I wanted to have the graphics. Oh, now I can zoom in and out. That's weird. But obviously, oh right, because we're outside the game. That's why. So, where do we start? Because there's a lot of stuff here. Well, let's start by changing the name of this kernel size. And this is called a drop down setting. Swooting, I guess. Setting. Do we need a vertical layer group? Yeah, we do. We'll just call it set, keep it settings left because it's not, just to differentiate because it's right and left, I suppose. Okay, so we changed the settings title. Let's get into the nitty-gritty stuff. Figuring out what kind of UI elements we want to use for this. Let's just try and start changing things and see what happens. Definitely would want a white text, right? But we can get to that eventually. But yeah, if it's like got these cut corners, it would look weird, so... Right now I'm using gold to signify that, oh, this is like an interactable. And then the template here has a UI sprite as well, so which one is that? Okay, that's the entire menu. Okay. Viewport, content, item background. What happens if we use... Oh, there's no sprite for that. Oh, right, because it's just the black blob. Okay, that's interesting. Label. So is this just a text piece? Yes, it is. Okay, then let me just take this one. And put it on there. And then what does this say? This just says option A, right? But how is it formatted? Because I think the size for this is fairly on point. Maybe a little bit larger. And of course it's centered on the left side. Figures. Anything else? It's got a canvas group. Oh no, it doesn't have a canvas group. If I do that, we could put... okay. Yeah, so right now the label is just like its own component, not as in a hierarchy on the background. And then there's a check mark here. Isn't there also a white one? I mean, I have a green one. I've made my own at some point. Yeah, so that's also like not in there, okay. Because then what we could do is we could add a layout group, horizontal layout group to the item background, and then say, don't force expand for one, and then just drag those two items in there. Hey Selfie, going to play today? No games, no games. Just working on MonsterStone. How you doing? No video games. What if I put this to flexible with? No. Or maybe. Yes. Then the check mark needs to have a layout group. And then that needs a preferred, so that it stays the same. But yeah, no video games today. I do like the idea of having a check mark there. I guess I can use this for now. It kind of works. And then if we go to item background, I can put some left side padding on it just to move it in a little bit. And if I want to make this, okay. Oh. Yeah, so that is not working as I want it to. Okay. How do we do that again? I guess we can just use the this one as an example. Let's see. Control child width and height on the variable title. And then that apparently is all I need. Okay. There's something I'm missing. This is a vertical layout group, and in that I have a drop down menu which has a ton of stuff inside of it, of course. I wonder. No, that's gameplay is always Friday and Saturday. It's never gonna be a weekday. It would be too much. Because otherwise I never get this game done. I mean, depends on which release you're referring to. If it's the early access, then it would be, well, from now 4 months. If it's the demo, then preferably like at the very latest 3 months. Preferably sooner than that, but you know, things can change. Hopefully I'll be able to do all the things in time, because it's a very strict deadline. Because I also need to figure out how to set up the Steam page and get all the assets for that ready. But yeah, it has to be before like 5 months worth of time, because otherwise I have no idea if I can live off of this. And cutting it too close to the end of this whole time frame that I have, which is 6 months, is, you know, sketchy at best. Because then I wouldn't even have a payout before it's like ended, essentially. So that's kind of how I gotta deal with it. So do I. Because if it doesn't, then there's not going to be any game development for the next foreseeable future. Middle center has got a layout element. Is that why it doesn't have a layout element? And I guess that would be a flexible width as well. But then do I really need to have like a fucking entire hierarchy's worth of stuff here for it to work that way? Because that's kind of what I was hoping that I could avoid. Because right now it doesn't work. Hmm. Child forms expand, blah blah blah. If I set both a preferred and a minimum height, then it's always going to be that shape and size. Whereas if I only set a preferable height, it's going to get squished. That's also, okay. There's a lot of hierarchy stuff going on here, and I'm not a fan of having to put a fucking layer group in every single one. Is that really necessary? I'm wondering, because it probably has something to do with the whole content size fitter situation. Where it's like, I can put one on here and set it to preferred size. Say like vertical fit is unconstrained and preferred size, and horizontal fit is unconstrained. Now it scales with, so it's the content size fitter that makes things scale according to their size. The problem is that this actually has to be on an element beyond that, actually, isn't it? It's not that kind of kernel. Explaining what a kernel is maybe a little bit much right now. But I know what it is, and I could explain it given time. But that really fucked things up. Ah, right, because this thing is not governed by anything. I think. Uh-oh. Yeah, as expected, okay. Well, this is gonna be a little bit of a pain in the ass then. Because it's like, so the things that we want to scale the box automatically is the text and the check mark, right? They need to scale the item background, but the item background is in a hierarchy called item, which is in a hierarchy called content, which is in a hierarchy called viewport, which is in a hierarchy called template, which is in a hierarchy called dropdown. So that means if I need to set it up like the variable title here that scales automatically according to text size with no visual artifacts, I have to add a layout group to every single one of these. And it has to be the right one too. And they have to be set up correctly as well. So yeah, now it's set like this. Which means if I add a layout here and I say flexible or minimum width 60 for now, and then yeah, I can't even set flexible width yet. 120, then it's like set like so. But then why is it all the way out there now? Then there's a content here, which is just a container for all the content. Okay, and then the viewport, I suppose. What even is the viewport? Okay, so that's a mask. So that's like a mask that limits this area to only render things inside it within that area. And then within there, there's a hierarchy called content, which is just an empty hierarchy, but it's got something to do with scaling of this. I think it's because they're scaling it differently. So instead of using the layout groups, they're using these rect options here, these anchor presets. But that doesn't really work if you want the content to scale or the box to scale according to the content. It only works the opposite way around. Scaling the content based on the boxes. So for instance, and that doesn't even work either because of how text works. Because setting the font is like a separate component than the rect itself, I guess. So you can't even like scale the font up by scaling the box in which it is, right? So if you want to do it the entire opposite way around, you just cannot use this approach, I suppose. This is gonna cause some problems. My suspicion is that I can probably move the hierarchies and remove them outright. Some of them at least. This is a toggle. What does this even do? Okay, so that's the... Okay, I see how it is. That's for the check mark. Uh-huh. Oh man. Yeah, I've never made a drop-down menu before. Hey, it's in the right place. What'd you know? Then we set the child to control the size instead of force expanding it. Okay. Progress. What happens if I remove these minimum height and stuff? So if I set flexible width onto the background, it's always going to scale to the full size of this inventory. Because otherwise I think it could have any size. Okay, what about the contents then? Yeah, so it still doesn't scale the content. Or the box based on the content, rather. Right? Oh, okay, it does. So why is it so weird? Is it because of this one? Right. So why is it massive like that? Okay, now it's 20 by 20, but still way bigger than it needs to be. Not the kernel size, okay. What about here? Is this like something that scales it up? Is it the label? No. Is it the check mark? No. Okay. Don't think you've seen kernel size option before in a game? Yeah, I know. This is, as I said earlier, maybe before we popped in, just a test case, because there is coincidentally a kernel size for the depth of field you can set. But there are other options in the game where I might need a drop down, so I'm just using this as an example. I don't know if we can see the setting for it either. I mean, we can see here that the bounding boxes of these UI elements aren't that big. And then we have item, and then we have the viewport. Huh. So why not just have the toggle component on the item background itself? Can I get away with that? That's one hierarchy less that I need to worry about. Then we have template here, which is what again? Right, so this is the hierarchy for the whole thing. And it has a scroll rect that says it's missing the rect transform, right? No problem. Viewports, okay. Let's just see what happens. Oh, right, that should probably be disabled, shouldn't it? Ah, okay, it automatically disables it. Neato. Hmm. Dragon fucked up the template. Can I undo all the way back to a certain stage? I have a feeling that it's so interdependent here that if I start removing things, it just doesn't work. And I did the age-old whoopsies, I removed too many things, and now I don't know how far back I have to go. Fuck. There, because I was missing the content. The template has no rec transform, okay. That is weird. But yeah, now we're back to text not even being visible, okay. Great. Fantastic. So why are you not visible? Because they're outside the boundaries of it, okay. Why are you outside the boundaries? Because that is set to 300 and something, okay. Okay, let's just see if this works, I guess. And even though it did disable the template, I'm probably gonna be smart off just doing it myself. Oh, it could be that there's some references that are missing. Think about it, because I did add in my own text field. Let's see. No, okay, so this is a little bit weird looking, but I mean, apart from the really odd scaling, of course, that I need to fix, at least the UI element seems to work. Okay. So now I just gotta figure out where I need to have all these layer groups and stuff. But since it's just a hierarchy and a hierarchy and a hierarchy, it shouldn't matter whether it's vertical or horizontal. You need to make sure though that I don't force expand anything all the way up. So, oh, I know what it is. I know why it doesn't get smaller than this. It's because it's incapable of. That's why. This UI element doesn't get any smaller vertically. Is like set up to not be able to. Well, that explains a couple things. Right, that is the reason why. I set you to none. And let's just keep it white, I suppose. Actually, that wasn't even completely white. This is completely white. And we change the label size? No. Okay. Okay, that is a little bit weird. Oh, it has a minimum height. I'm a doofus. There we go. And then flexible width because we want it to expand all the way. Now it should just work. Yeah, seems like it. Then there is the padding stuff. Okay, let's see if yeah, so it doesn't get any smaller than that, and that's because of the size limitations. If I use a different box though, it would work. Do I have anything I can use for this? Guess I could use, not you, this diamond colored thing and then make the actual box gray. Or we could make them gold. Just for now at least. And then where do we put you? Is that in template? That is not in... Yeah, that is in template. So we make you just a stone background. And then we want to do a couple things. So this is item background, which is the whole thing. Okay, so the padding in here is for the contents of the group below it. So if I want to change this, because of course, you know, you can see that it goes all the way out to the edges, and I know exactly that this border's 4 pixels wide. So if we set a 4 pixel padding in the top, and I think we need in the bottom too, because, you know, in the bottom. Why is it a little bit off though? Or is that just filtering? I think that's just due to filtering. It looks off, but it's not really. This edge is like a little bit dark in it. It's just because it's so small, it looks like. Yeah. And the right hand side should be fine because that is scaled to the bounds of the thing, right? Or do I also need a border over there? Let's see. Okay, seems like it wants to have one there. Probably due to the scroll that it's sharing the space with. Actually, that's in the viewport. Or it's outside of the viewport. Okay. So that means I can enable and disable that without any issue. Okay. Oh, I see. I see how they did this. So the viewport is like hard scaled in here, I think. Or something. How does this fit in here? Because we have the template, which is the very most outer hierarchy. And in there we have the viewport. The viewport doesn't go all the way to the edge. What's making it not do that? Is it this? Okay, so that also needs to change. Should not overlap with the menu on top of it. That would be silly. It's probably just due to the UI elements they were using for the template. Yeah, this just moves the entire box up and down, right? So if we change the size of this, that's like a variable height that we can set so that it has a specific height, this one. Why are you scaled this way? Because if I toggle the scroll bar away, it still stays to the left. So there's something that's making it stay to the left. But the question is, where in the hierarchy is that happening? Because I can see W delta here. What if I change you? No, I'm not allowed to. Okay. Interesting, because there's no layout group on this. Or layout elements. There's nothing that controls the size and everything of this. So what gives? Could it be... Oh, I think I know what it is. The item background is set to flexible, so if we look in the scene view, it actually goes all the way there, but it gets cut off. Actually, why does it get cut off there? That I don't understand. So there's a UI mask here, okay. Which is an image. Why do you need an image for this? Isn't that just a square? What if you set this to none? What happens? Nothing. So if I did duplicate these items down, okay. So there's the UI mask that is not a perfect square. Okay, I think that's what it is. So let me think here, because we're using masks in other places. Actually, in this very menu. How far out do I need to go? The background image, yeah. Options BG. Options container? No. What? Wait, what? Is it in... Oh yeah, it would have to be in the graphics sub. Scroll rect mask 2D. So I'm using a different component by the looks of things, okay. Why is it not using that down here? I guess it could be because of a like it's an older component. So if I do disable this, I was using rect mask 2D. I don't know. I guess the difference is that if you use a mask, you can set a image source as the mask itself. Yeah, it needs a graphic component. So that way you can have a mask that's relying on a on an image, but I don't want that in, or I don't need that in this case because it's a square inside anyway. So, huh. I suppose this is probably more performance friendly, right? Because it's just a square instead of saying like, oh, within this other graphic. That explains why that didn't go all the way to the edge. But why is it not going to the very boundaries of this box? That's what I want to know now. Yeah, so if I scale the size of the text field, it doesn't make the box larger. It's like it's confined to this place right now. So the question is where that is happening. Not there. Like this doesn't even control anything. I don't think so, at least. No. Wow, does not need to be negative. Hmm. Oh, this might be an indicator of where it is. So it's the item, I think. Why would that be? I guess it doesn't have a layout element, but does it need one? Yeah, scaling it does nothing, so I don't think it needs one. Ah, this is the whole issue of having to rely on these layout groups. If I disable U, then I can change the width of this element, but okay, interesting. Ah, right, because its pivot point was all the way in the middle. Okay. Ooh. Still cannot change the size of this. Changing this number does nothing. Curious. Setting the height does something though. Except when I do that. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Probably because I disabled some layout group components. Yes. I guess the anchor point doesn't really matter when you're doing it this way. But yeah, the only place I can really change anything directly right now is in the template. So every single element below, of course, is being affected by the layout groups. But why is it that the... So the template is being scaled horizontally as much as it's allowed to. I have a suspicion that might be why. Oh, that was a wrong element. Template. There you are. Because of course if I change that, now I can change these settings, but I'm not intending to. Just put you back, I suppose. So changing the template size does not have any effect on anything. And these settings, can I even change those? Yes, I can. Still no layout group there though, so what gives? There's no place in here where I have it to right side padding. And there's no place where I can add right side padding in the rect transform either. So if it's not those things, then what is it? Because yeah, I can enable and disable this scroll bar, but scaling it and manipulating it does nothing. Because it's not even in the same hierarchy as everything else. So this one is not relevant whatsoever. And like even changing the scale of, or the font size to make it go all the way out doesn't allow it to get any wider. So what gives? Why are you like this? I already established that it's not these either, because if these are disabled, well, I guess nothing really shows, but if I disable the check mark at least, still doesn't get any bigger. Dude, this is proving to be really difficult to find. And these offsets are just the contents of that box, so it's being scaled from an outside hierarchy somewhere, but where? That is so strange. Is there like a... no layout element, no layout element, no layout element? The only thing I have that's a bit weird is this flexible width here. So for some reason this flexible width, I suppose, does not force expanded. That's the only thing I can think of right now. Let's try and put you back to for padding where you belong. And let's see, because I can't take this element and say force expand width, which also doesn't solve the problem. It doesn't, like, even that doesn't scale it beyond the bounds of this. Dude, what the fuck? That's why I was force expanding with flexible width on the label, because that means that it's always going to be max size, no matter how much text is in here. So unless I do like another line or something, but the button size stays the same. Okay. Well, where the fuck do I find the culprit of this? I have no idea. Because this is just a scroll rect. An image. The box. That everything is in. And that's like literally it for the entire hierarchy. Everything else here is the other thing on top of this, which I haven't even touched yet. Weird. Okay. Oh wait, maybe, hold on. Is there anything else here I need to change? No? Okay. Old label. Yeah, so this is where the selected option is gonna be at. Once it is selected. How big is that toggle button up there? Let's see. You are 50 by 50. Oh, what's this? Yeah, there's like something that it's like the mask. Okay, so there's something weird going on with the mask, I guess. I'll have to look at that. First though, let's see. No, not you. Label drop down. Uh-huh. 50. That's the size of the button. Don't know the font size of that one, but doesn't matter too much right now. So where was the mask again? That was you. So I'm kind of looking at this -17 delta, which could fit the bill for this missing space over here. So what if we give you a layout group and say flexible width and height, and then give the template here a vertical layout group. Oh shit. Child controls width and height. Whoa, we did something. Okay, that's probably just what it was then. That also means that I can do a couple things slightly differently. Now, where did we do that? Instead of setting these settings on the individual item, which actually this sounds a little bit more like what I would expect, we put the padding on the outer element instead. Because then it's this entire box that the items are allowed to be in. And then of course right now we have that scroll bar on the right hand side, which is not on the right hand side anymore. Okay. So instead of vertical, let's give you horizontal layout group instead. There. So now if I enable this scroll bar, it's gonna just take up its own space. Flexible height, so it scans to this bottom. And then minimum size 20, yeah. Okay. I think there's just something with the graphics here that are a bit weird. Oh. Can I just steal the scroll bar from somewhere else so I don't have to do this again? Because I remember last time I had to change this. That was not a fun time. And that is into the template here. Okay. Obviously this is gonna look a little bit weird. Is the scroll bar here does not have any layout groups and stuff because we made it work without. I wonder if it's good practice to put a scroll bar that scales itself into like a parent object and then scale the parent instead. So we go like template and then let's just add an image and call it scroll bar container viewport, whatever. Put you in there. I said in there. Because then we can tell this to scale just to the bounds of this scroll bar container and then put a layout group on this sucker. So what happens if we say flexible height on you? Okay, it did something. And then minimum width 20, I guess. And then let's see what we have here. Okay. Is that actually 20 units? I think it might be. Not too sure why there's... I think I know why there's like a gap in between. Let's see. Template. Maybe I don't know. Strange, there's no spacing in between the two. Ah, it's because I got... No? Or is it? Yes, it is. Right, okay. Yeah, because it's not the viewport then. That thing. Hey Bacon. How you doing today? This is the content of this? The template? So this is where I need to set it up, right? Yeah, here we go, here we go. Kind of stressed because a lot of people call out of work today. Oh great, so you gotta pick up all their slack? Nice. Well, hope you make through the day all alive and well then. And then just hope that it's not a busy day. For this visibility mode, the viewport property and the vertical scroll bar property both needs to be set to rect transform. That is a child through the scroll rect. Okay. And is the template the scroll rect? He asks himself. Oh, there's none set. Options container. Drop down. There we go. How was this set up again? Because I cannot remember. So it was content that was set up as the scroll rect. Okay. But I thought I undid all those changes. I wonder if it breaks the references and then doesn't redo those. Viewport property in the vertical scroll bar. Viewport and scroll bar need to be set to rect transform. That is a child of the scroll rect. So that means I cannot have it in a container then. Well, that answers that question. But I can hopefully just copy this component and put it onto the scroll bar itself without issue. And then just drag it up there. Looks a little bit off. See if we can't fix that. Oh, right, because it's like template says, oh, layout elements control the size of everything. And this has a minimum That's not being honored. Huh. Why is that not being honored? Let's control child size there. Unless... Oh, because this... Nope. Oh, okay. Eh. Oh, I think I know why. I think it's because the graphic can't be thinner than 20 units. I think that is probably why. But these units are... huh? Okay. What if I disable the layout? Actually ignore the layout. So that allows me to change the width. I mean, definitely can be smaller. Like it's capable of, but it doesn't want to for some reason. If it's dependent on the layout group. But why is that now? Eh. Because all these should be scaled according to the yeah, the thing. Yeah, and then there's like 20 pixels on the top and the bottom of the sliding area to make room for the arrow graphics. Then we've got the scroll bar. Okay, so changing the width of this one doesn't matter. Uh-oh. Right. That's a problem. There we go. Yep, this one doesn't matter either. That just leaves the scroll bar here. Why is that being forced to be so wide? Is it because it's not set to... Oh, okay, I need to set it to preferred width. I wonder why. Oh, it's because it's like allowed to get bigger. But if I set it to preferred and minimum, then it's always gonna be 20, I think. Now, does this look right? What? Seems to be within bounds. I assume you're asking Bacon about that. If I disable the template and test it, what happens? Let's see. More like leg cutter. Wow. There we go. I think I fucked up something more. PC doesn't work. By turning it off and back on again, you mean? Then I fuck something more up. Hmm? Fuck. Alright, because I don't have a layout group. How the fuck does this menu even work then? Are they literally setting it all by code or something weird? Because you put in the options here and then it populates the menu with those options. Huh. Okay, I gotta try something then. No, because it already scales it when there's just 4 items in there. So it adds them, but they... Oh, right. Right. So I put a layout group in there. This menu doesn't work the same as... Oh my god. Okay. So it doesn't work the same as this menu that they're actually in does. Okay, so this is a vertical layer group, yes. And there's a container outside of that, yes. Here's the scroll rect, movement type clamped, which has a view, doesn't even have a viewport. Visibility permanent. Let me just relocate that. Where's the scroll rect at? It's... Oof. So that's on the template there, and the other one is graphic settings. This is where the mask is. So you have a mask, and then in the mask, you put a scroll rect. We have the same here. Got a scroll rect there, and then the mask. Does not necessarily mean that it doesn't work. Content is the rect transform. Auto hide and expand viewport. Facing a free. What happens if I set that to permanent? And this is why I always like try and steal UI elements that I've already set up somewhere else, because this is so time consuming. Can't always do that though. But yeah, adding more items to this doesn't make them constrained to that area. Well, it is constrained, but it doesn't, like, they're not allowed to go beyond the bounds of it. Could that be due to a layout? I think that's because of a layout group thing. Let's see here. Just making sure I don't have a flexible height set somewhere in this hierarchy that could fuck things up. Now, the items themselves don't have a layout element. I wonder if that could be cause of the problem. Then again, shouldn't be. No. That's not how they're being scaled, right? How does this fucking shit work again? Because they were basically allowed to scale automatically. We fixed that. But there's something that's constraining them to the box instead of scaling outside the The item. Why is that? How does this hierarchy work? Control, child size, height and width. Yeah. And this is the hierarchy that contains these options in this list. Right. And were we to add more options, the box that they're in just scales this container here. Now it's a height of 769. Nice. Now it's a size of 867. So that's what we want. This has a layout group, but no containing items. And then there's a content size filter on the outside of that, which has a vertical layout group that then is used for what? So that would be the content of this. Yes. There's this behavior that we want, but for that other hierarchy. This one. So that would be the behavior of the content here. I mean, the only thing it doesn't have is an image, but why would that matter? Yeah, so if this one is set to a larger minimum height, then it obviously force expands vertically. Can definitely not ignore layout. That also fucked up the scroll bar. Great. Can I undo? Okay, it just okay, never mind. It fixes itself. So there's this box here that I need to scale. And so here we have an element only, so this is the furthest out I need to go. But I've set everything to force expand height, yet it's still not force expanding the height anywhere. Hmm. Like now I'm just messing around with things, trying to hope that it fixes itself. Yeah, so this is the horizontal layer group that contains that viewport with those items and the scroll bar. And the viewport itself is like all the stuff inside of here. And the rect mass 2D we can just enable whenever we get this working, so. Oh. So that just pushes them together. So this is this content thing here. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Could it be? Where are you? Or did I undo that? I think I undid that. Do we have the... I was thinking about the content size fitter, if that was the... You know, it's causing me a headache right now. There. Shouldn't be, though. Hmm. Yeah, because it's not until we get all the way down to the template level. We're messing around with things. Hmm. What if we just start disabling these one by one? Hmm. Nothing. Yeah, that's not it. Oh god. Item background. Yeah, that is this option here. Yeah, so it's not flexible hide and it's not force expand. Because that's not the thing. Why? Why are you doing this to me? And it's not this menu either that I need to change. Truly just is the content. Because the larger that number is, the more items I can have in. So if I set that to 9,000, it goes all the way down, and then it should just like continue scrolling. There's this object that I need to somehow make sure that it scales according to its children, but how do I do that? The only thing I can think of is that it's because the viewport is controlling its size. And thus it's like not scaling properly. Let's see. Hmm. How the fuck? Do I have another example of this? Because it could just be because I'm missing some layout groups further out in the hierarchy, so it's like the content size fitter is basically not able to access it because it's missing part of the chain that goes down. The only thing I can think of right now. Because we've got a drop down setting that has a horizontal layer group, which contains the settings left, which has a vertical layer group, which contains the variable title, and then the drop down itself. And the drop down does not have a layer group. Okay, so what if we add a vertical layer group to this one, because that's what it would be. Of course, it's gonna not be happy about that, but we'll see if we can't fix that. Children control weight, width, and height. Oh my god, this really fucked it up. I think I know why. Because in here we have an arrow and a label. Yeah, that's a problem. With this at least. So let's just undo some stuff for now. We'll get back to where we were. There. Hopefully I can do this. Let's see. It's going to be drop down setting where we want an, well, not really there, but we want an image here. And let's put the drop down into image. And then what we want to do is we want to separate the template from the drop down. Put it underneath. Of course, that's going to look really bad for a while now, I think. Okay. Oh, this is painful to wrap my head around. Drop down container, let's call it that. And then you will need a vertical layout group, because you're going to contain the actual selector and then the drop down itself. Of course, your children are going to control the width and height of themselves. And this has a layout element right now, which is 50 by 300 by 50. Let's get you all the way up to max size that you need to be. Let's see, template here does not have a layout element, which is why it probably looks weird. Oh shit. We need you to be at least 320 wide. Let's just try and set this to 200 for now. And in template, we have a viewport and a scroll bar. Let's try and re-enable that vertical layer group. That might probably help. So let's see, in the oh shit. See here, the drop down container, what size do you have? Kind of like just fixed in place, are you? Yeah, so this is not doing anything right now. Why is that? Why is that? Let me guess, it's gonna be the template, right? Yes. So it's probably due to something further down that's changing the minimum size of things. But which one is it? I think I see what's might be going on. We've messed with this before and it was a fucking ball ache to try and figure out. Yeah, so if I remove the item from in here, then it scales back. Let's see, is it the label? It's the label that's causing it. I think it's because, yeah, it's because it has flexible width. It's got flexible width, which allows it to scale as far as it is able to. How do I restrain that again? Because it's basically like the focus distance with this number here because it scales. Let me just try something. If I change this number, oh, yeah, see, this is what we, this is the exact problem I had to solve the other day. Okay. Which we did solve for this case here. Where we can have those two different backgrounds scale independently of each other. So that means it's the same logic at play here, but oh god, it's in a different hierarchy and everything, so... Well, probably don't want to force expand this then. Let's see here. I think if I set a minimum width for this, I should be able to sort of fine tune it. What is that then? Because this is, that's like some math, but I can probably just guesstimate it and then just round it off and it'll give me the exact number. This like per pixel thing. Yeah, so my guess is 292 is exactly on the money. So it's got to do with the, and that's why I don't like to do it this way, but it's got to do with how the offsets and everything works, right? So if I were to put a different offset, like if I wanted to have a frame that was thicker, I would have to go in and for this template change the minimum width of it. That's why having the flexible width is preferable, because it means that everything doesn't scale like, or it scales dynamically to all the other settings. But it doesn't do that here in this case. This will be one way of solving it, but can I do it in a more clever way? Because the more I deal with this now, the less I have to worry about it if I decide to change the graphics out, like say, you know, half a year from now. Control child size, height, and width. This layout element even doesn't even do anything. It just exists. Well, it might need it to do its thing, I guess. How do I make sure that Instead of changing it onto the individual item, maybe I should change it in a sort of layer further out. Because this is the item, which obviously scales the box in which it is according to its own size. But then we've also got the content, which is the box around it, and gets scaled based on how much text there is and how so forth. So yeah, so if I set that to flexible width, it does the same thing. And template is the very outermost thing. So if I scale, oh right. If I set minimum width here, it does scale the box it's in, right? Oh yeah, because that background is actually something else. Hey Argron, waking up? Fancy seeing you today. Got a long day ahead of you? Grrr. Grrr, grrr, grrr. Yeah, definitely not out there. So I could set template here to be 320 at least, as its minimum width. Because if I do that, it's a little bit easier on the scaling of this, because it's the outermost element, right? Because it's the same place where we set the height of it. Now the only thing... Yeah, okay. Can't just tell this item to... Oh, that's annoying. That is annoying. Damn. Has to be a way. Or maybe that is the problem. Maybe I'm thinking about it wrong. I might have to set a minimum size for these. Because the reason why it works for the text is because they like the button does exactly work like this text, right? If I add more, oh, that's not good. Did not expect that. Huh. I think I know why. Because okay, so I need to set a preferred width in here. There was that 292 for now. Okay, that's a bit annoying. So if we change this back, yeah, so it'll at very least be expanded out to the preferred width. What if I... What if we disable that for now? And we just add more text. Just so we get that situation back. And then if we go back to... Oh shit, which element was it again? Here. If I said preferred width 320. That should do it. Okay. Now it's constrained to the preferred width of the outmost box, but it still scales down. What if we now change this to flexible width? Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. What if we tell you to force expand your children? Okay, that makes it worse. Got it. I mean, I can set both places to be preferred width. Yeah, preferred width instead of flexible. I was just hoping that if I set the outermost box to be preferred, it would not overrule that in the children, but the children can kind of overrule it through the flexible width. It's got to be that interplay between the content size fitter force expanding it horizontally. That's my guess. I can set this to 292. The good thing is that this is a template-based system, so I only have to set it up once. But did we actually even fix that original problem, which was the height of this damn thing? Yes. Yes, we did. Or rather, I don't know if we did. Let's see, was it the viewport that needed to scale? Okay, so if the viewport scales below the size, it does not like it. Was it the template? No. Damn it. Crap. Was it the content? Wait, I thought I fixed this. Damn it. So the issue right now is that it just makes the list longer every time for every item I add to it. Right? Which is kind of what I want, but not really what I want. Because I wanted to do this, but... Oh, right. It's doing exactly what I want, actually. It's the rect mask that's... All right. Right. I think I know what I need to do, but let me just double check. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, so we've got a rect mask 2D here, which is the graphics settings, which is this entire UI element. If something goes beyond the bounds of this, it gets cut off visually due to a mask. But it's like a parent object to multiple things, including the scroll rect. Okay. And the scroll rect is just an area that defines where you can scroll up and down, and then it has a component that defines which things you're actually moving. Yes. And then we have under that hierarchy of the rect mask, we have a container that holds all the objects. And which one is this again? Yeah, so that's an invisible game object. Or rect, which then lives inside that hierarchy, which is why when... Yeah, so that's what allows this box to scale beyond the bounds of the actual menu. We can see that here actually. It's actually going beyond, right? So this is what allows this menu to scale as far down as it wants, but then the outer object then defines the area that gets cropped. So to sort of fix this, I gotta do a couple things. I gotta separate the scroll bar and the rect mask from that drop down menu setup that we have. Easy. Let's see. In templates. Yeah, okay. So where's this rect mask? It's here. If I want to separate... Oh, this is going to be a pain. The viewport is that little element here where everything is in right now, which is also the one that has the rect mask. Which, for how I set this up, doesn't make any sense because it's just... This is also the hierarchy which scales according to its content. Okay. And the reason why that is problematic is that if I reduce the size of this, it scales everything in its own hierarchy, because they're connected like that. And it needs to have this setup with the viewport. So and we've got the template here, which has a layout element. So if I change you to preferred height, what happens? Yeah, the whole bloody box, doesn't it? Okay. Yeah, so that's a problem. The template also scales not only the contents, but it scales itself according to the contents. And that's where the scroll bar is, and obviously you don't want the scroll bar to scale according to the contents either, which it will if we put it inside that hierarchy. Okay. Has to be a clever way of doing this. Okay, before I get ahead of myself, I suppose... Let's actually make sure that at least the logics for all of this works. Because it very much might not. Because we haven't tested that in a while, so... Ow. Got an energy drink in my eye. I didn't disable the template, but hopefully that's okay. Okay, so it seems like the menu works. It's just that this scroll bar is useless because... yeah. This is actually also a problem. I didn't quite think about that. Because when I scale this, it obviously scales the contents that it's in, like the parents, but it doesn't move the scroll bar down when that happens, so it's like going out of bounds. I suppose I can just scale this. No, wait. Because worst case scenario, this button here is at the very bottom of the list in this scroll bar. Yeah, I would need to add like a... oh, that's a problem. Let me just try and visualize why, just for good measure's sake. So if we take you, duplicate you a couple times and chuck you up there. This is the most extreme case, right? And then that pushes that drop down all the way down. I guess one solution would be to just have it drop down upwards. Because otherwise I'll need like to set aside enough of a buffer in the bottom of this menu to allow you to actually select the things. Because otherwise it's only allowed to be this size. Okay, well, one thing at a time. At least I know that the functional parts of it seems to work still. Oh wait, this would do the trick. What if I do that? Will it sort of force expand beyond, I wonder? No, then it just constrains itself. Okay, yeah, that is the problem. I can't set a preferred height anywhere in this fucking hierarchy because then it constrains that whole thing all the way down. And obviously that does not work. This is like annoying when you can't visualize it because it makes it harder to work with. The drop down is just that button. So in drop down, we need a rect which controls the size of the contents that is in here. No, because that wouldn't work. Yeah, so right now I'm using a horizontal layer group so that viewport and scroll bar are next to each other, which obviously we don't want. This doesn't need to be here. Or rather, it doesn't need to be a horizontal one. Let's add a vertical one for now. Just set it up like it was before. Then let's have the scroll rect out here. So the thing is, I need it to be part of the template, but able to scale separately. Okay, so we set this, and we have our viewport here, which is currently just like free floating pretty much. What happens if we add more items? Yeah, now it's getting constrained, which is something I don't want it to do. How do we prevent that? Yeah, not like this. Probably because of this content size filter I have. Could be, at least. Oh my god, there's so many hierarchies here to keep track of, and I can't. Just can't. Yeah, so this element right now is just no longer interdependent on anything because it's in the image hierarchy. I can have the scroll bar next to that now, right? And what if we put a vertical layer group there? And do like so? Gonna behave now? No. Of course it doesn't. There we go. So this is now free to scale vertically as far as I want. And then I've got a scroll bar, which is currently being squashed up in the top left corner, which is okay, I think. But I will also need an image here. And you are being controlled by template, I think. Even though you don't have a layer group. Ah. Or a layout element, rather. Could tell it to ignore layout and then scale it, I suppose. I can also just do it through the actual thing here, I suppose. Bird width and height. So if we set this to, what was it, 320? Let's give this a nice and ugly color, like, I don't know, this. Right. So it's being chucked in to this vertical layer group. I'm doing it like this. Did I need to have that in order for this to scale? Yes. Okay, that's a problem. That is indeed a problem. Because the way it works is that it creates that template and runtime based on the template in here. And puts it in where it needs to be. Can I? No, that's what I couldn't do. Oh, wait. No, okay, so if template does not have... Unless that means that other things stop working, then of course. No, they seem to still be working. Okay, good, good, good. Something. Definitely something. Well... And so I can move this up and down now, at least, without it being controlled outside. So that's something. Same, of course, goes true for the scroll bar, which is just like this squashed little thing right now. Something's weird here. Why is this like offset like this when I've set its pivot point to be x0. Because that's not the pivot point, that's the anchor. I'm a dum-dum. There we go. Setting that to 0 puts it in the top left. Good. Okay. Progress. So if I set preferred width to 320, is that what it's at? No, because it's not being controlled by anything. Okay. Because if I did that with the vertical layout group, it would be listing, putting it in as a list. So I cannot do it that way. If I give you a rect 2D mask, will you even do anything? Answer is no. Is it because you need to be... No. This is so fucking messy. Yeah, so without this rect mask to D, it does not stay within the bounds of this menu. This menu. And this is also what contains all of the things, though. There's just something that's wrong with the way that these things are scaled in the hierarchy, the way that I've set it up. Which essentially sounds like template should have the mask, because this should define the entirety of the thing, but oh yeah, of course that doesn't do anything right now. So that's also the width. Got that a little bit backwards. Okay, so now it's in there at least. And we can still add items without it scaling. Okay. Do I need this image? No. I'm just throwing things at the wall until it sticks, basically. Oh, the good old tried method, isn't it? Hmm. So this should allow me to have a viewport and a scroll bar simultaneously on top of each other like this. And the scroll bar should scale according to the height of the thing, which this is not how you do that, I don't think. Yeah, that comes later, one thing at a time. Add some items again. So if we add a rect mask to D, there we go. This is now the boundary of this box here, the template, which is exactly what I want it to be. I just can't put a layer group in because then it constricts it to the size of the box, like the children in there, the viewport and everything. That was probably the problem I had. Now, that still leaves some things to be fixed. First off, there's a scroll bar. And the scroll bar has a layout element, but it's non-functional because of how the hierarchy is set up. Do I have a layout element on the other scroll bar? Because if I don't, then it's probably best advised not to. Yeah, I don't have one on this one. This one's also just like sort of hard code setup. So let's remove a layout element on that one so we don't get confused about it first. Now I just need to get it scaled correctly. And since the outer box is 100, I wonder if this works. Try and set it just off. And then try and scale it with this. This one. Oh. There we go. It's because I had to hold down Alt. I always forget these. But now it should scale automatically to the size of the box that it's in. Because you can also do that if you don't have layout groups. Elements and layout groups. So that means now if I scale this, haha, the scroll bar automatically follows. So what if we set this to 100 for now? And then in the viewport, we reduce it to one item. And somewhere I have a white background image. Is that on the individual item? No. Is it content? Yes. Because there's some things here I need to adjust still. This is a question of at what layer do we set this? Probably at this layer. top, and then there's a 4 pixel bottom as well, and then probably 20, no, 20 looks right. It's doing some weird behavior though, probably because of the content size fitter. Because it's like so many layers down. Hopefully it's not a problem when you add, it's a problem when you add more items, I think. Seems like it might, I don't know. Yeah, it's doing some weird shit. That's not good. Does it do it if I change it on the item itself? Oh, right. This is not where we should change it. What am I thinking? What about the content then? Which contains all the items. Should still stay within bounds, but there's one problem though. This is also not where it needs to be. Question is, do I even need that vertical layout group? Yes, I do. Definitely that one. What about this one? What happens if we disable that? Yep, definitely need that one as well. Probably need all of them. I mean, it makes the most sense that it would be the viewport that I have to scale, but it's causing problems. Could be due to those flexible height settings I set onto certain things. Maybe that's causing issues. Like it's not updating if you're not moving around, which is something that seems to be related to how the content size fitter does things. So once you have too many hierarchies, it's tricky because you have to be careful what you enable and what you don't. I really don't like those visual artifacts. It's kind of annoying. Hey Blukey, how does the progression go? Slow and steady, I think, is the keyword here. It's taking me way too long to work with this UI because there's like so many interdependent things. I mean, just look at all those drop downs. It's like a hierarchy and a hierarchy and a hierarchy 7 times over. So keeping track of where you have to set things is definitely giving me issues. I'm getting somewhere at least though. Upper left, middle, center. But it goes, it goes. So a 4 pixel padding in the bottom and top on this should be good. Just add a bunch of text here. Wait. Yeah, this is not great. Every time the text changes, it bounces up and down, huh? Can you do it in a separate window for each part and then combine them when each section works? I don't know what you're talking about. Right now I'm making templates for the different setting types. So for a toggle, a slider, and a drop-down menu. Right now I'm working on the drop-down menu. When they're done, you make prefabs of those and then you use those as templates for each and every setting that you want in the game. That's why this is taking so long, because it's basically the framework to actually make a settings menu. So I hope you're a little bit better on track now. But there's some weird hierarchy dependencies going on here. So whenever like I add a letter, you see how this box is bouncing up and down? That is obviously not preferable to happen in game. Not that the contents of these text boxes are going to change in game, but there are other things that trigger this behavior as well, which is not something I want. Pretty obviously. Because every time you populate this list with more items, it also does it. It's just less noticeable. You can see whenever I delete them too. And actually, there's something weird going on here. Okay. Excusez-moi. It's like... oh, that is definitely a problem. What the actual flying fuck? Oh, okay, that's why it's jumping up and down. So if I set the padding here, there's something that makes it jump up again. So the padding gets added, but then something moves the object after that. That's not good. How the fuck do I fix that problem? Hmm. It's also weird because it only updates whenever I move, like force Unity to update basically. So whenever I move my mouse or change something, like a button or such. Hmm. What could be causing this? Surely it's not the fucking. No, it's not the scroll bar. Oh man, that is frustrating as fuck. Not their anchors, because that's being dictated by the layout element and layout groups. Hmm. It's weird because it's only the vertical space that gets manipulated for some reason. Why? I'm gonna go and take a bathroom break. Maybe I'll think of why it could be. God, that is so annoying. Mm. Okie dokie. Let's see. We can't figure this one out. Hmm. Why even is the white background? That's the content here. Hmm. Hmm. So it doesn't seem to be the contents of that hierarchy that's causing this to bump up all the time. So that tells me that it is a parent somewhere. Hmm. But that's the weird part though. Because even if I... Yeah, this is what's weird about it. Even if I disable its layout component entirely, right? It still moves it up. Which would imply that it is indeed the contents that is causing it for some reason or another. But how? Just how?
Hey, listen.
Hey, Toto.
Nerd. You're a fucking nerd. Nerd. You're a fucking nerd. And no one likes you. No one likes you.
Yeah, but it takes one to know one. Isn't that what you say? Or how you put it? Also does it there? The fuck? Hmm. Change you. Now I'm just like disabling objects until I figure out where and when it's caused. Yes. Yeah, definitely does. Hmm. So that means if even if I just add an image to this and give it a simple layout element. Oh, that's interesting. Is it in the right hierarchy? Hold on. Yes. So there's something with the content here that is misbehaving. This does not have a canvas renderer. Oh no, it does. It's just down there. Okay. Well, this is really weird though. And the reason why it's weird is because well, I guess there's the vertical layer group. So if I add a vertical layer group, then this one also doesn't work? Not exactly. Eh. This is confounding. What happens if I drag this into the other hierarchy and enable it? I mean, I don't even need to enable it. Because it should already be fucking up, right? These two are configured the same now. Okay. What if we gradually add these? What? Why? But how? But when? But what? Huh? What's the difference between these two? Other than they're not enabled right now, of course. What? Literally all I did was create a new image and move it to that one. And set it up exactly the same. Fuck. Also, who's writing me on Discord? Oh, that would be Tim. Mr. Power Dude. I keep doxing him and he hates it. Okay, let me just see what he wants. Okay, he wrote me about a private server for an MMO that's called Battle of the Immortals, which I've never heard about. But he set up a private server and said that I can join. Okay. No idea what that is. I'll take a look at it at some point. This is confounding though. I wonder if a Unity restart would have resolved this issue as well. Oh wait, there is like one more thing I can think of. Bop, bop, bop. There's one more thing I could think of. No, it doesn't seem to be a thing. Scroll rect. Oh, there's this thing here. The scroll rect is tied to the content. I wonder if that's what could be causing the problem. Because if I add image to here instead of content... whoops. Why did that go bye-bye? Come back, please. Oh, because scaling. Okay. Okay, that just completely broke it now. Where the fuck is it? Yeah. I have a feeling that it's because of this. This is what's causing the problem. The scroll bar need a reference to it as well? That seemed like it. Ah. Well, okay then. Not entirely sure why it does that. I mean, I can see here that it's getting placed all the way down at the bottom there. Why are you doing this? Like, it's putting it in the middle of all places. Because of the pivot points. And now it's doing that thing again. Oh. I think I know why. So a drop down menu, sorry, a scroll menu, which this also is, requires a scroll rect. And that's like the area that defines where you can scroll up and down. So visibility is set to permanent. Auto hide and expand viewpoint. What? Yeah, so it's like the scroll rect component that's affecting the position of the content element here. And the content contains multiple items, so that when you add more items to it, it expands the list of options you have. So you do want it so that you can, if you want to scroll this menu using your mouse wheel, that the entire contents rect here is the element that you're scrolling on. Or within, rather. This is what you want to move up and down. Okay. And the problem is that we're also scaling the content view, the viewport. Which is this entire menu. And that's probably why it's bouncing back and forth between the top and like 4 pixels down, because it's being set to be offset by 4 pixels down through this vertical layer group, but then when you move the mouse, it updates, because this is like a dynamic element that you can technically also mess with in the inspector. Then it updates like the scroll rects position according to the scroll bar and everything, and then it moves it up, but it moves it too far up because it moves it to the 0 position, and it only moves it vertically because it only scrolls vertically. I would bet your ass that if it was scrolling horizontally, it would do it, you know, on the left and right hand side and not the top and bottom. Okay, so that explains what's causing it, but how do we get this working then? Because the problem is that the viewport here I guess I have to set it in the rect transform then. Set these offsets. Do I need to... Whoa, that's a little bit too close, mate. I mean, we know that the... Yeah, so this has to be set to 20 because that's 20 pixels wide. And that also means I have to go in and change something on the items. Where was that again? Horizontal layer group. Nope. Layout element, no. Is it the minimum width then? Minimum width does nothing. Seemingly, at least. Let me just make sure that's actually the case. Yep, seems to be the case. Oh, it's here. It's the text element. Isn't it? Yeah, this is what sets the maximum width of this. That's why I didn't want to have to do it that way, but I guess I have no choice. Okay. So where was that bloody white background? Is that the viewport? I cannot remember. Is it the template? No. How the heck is that? Unless it's both. This is why I prefer to color these things, so that if you have multiple layers of images on top of each other, it doesn't like then at least you can color code and look for things based on their color. There's another settings left here that doesn't... That's up there though. That would be this image here. We don't need this one, of course. This was just for testing on the items. Coolio. Now, if we add multiple items, we get a scroll list. It scales like the scroll menu accordingly, so it should work, he says. There are... Oh, I can see one thing I need to address though. The position of this scroll bar, which is going to require me to change even more things, but let's do one thing at a time. So that's the actual sliding area, but this is the scroll bar that we are wanting to change. And I think because I changed it away from this, and then okay, so this is just the X position according to that. That's not what I want though. What about the sliding area? Yeah, so that's just the actual slider, okay. Thanks for the lurk there, Toto. You don't get that option when you scale things like this? I guess not. Shift also says pivot, Alt also sets position. Okay. Okay, so these are offsets. Okay. So we get two offsets, but then we get an X position because it's not scaled to the full width. They're not what are they called? Shoot, no, I forgot the name for it. Offsets, whatever. So -4 on the X position, and then 4 pixels with a buffer in the top and bottom, so it stays within. And then that means that again we have to go back and change this items stuff, and it was on the label, and this is why doing it like this is such a pain. But we're getting there. It's looking more right now. So yeah, if this gets populated with multiple ones, it just scales downwards, right? Let's do some weird stuff though. What if we change that to a minimum size? No, it still does it. Like, it squeezes them just ever so slightly when it adds, like, the scroll area. Just ever so slightly. I do wonder why that is. I mean, I could put in a minimum height and say like, oh, that's, you know, minimum 20 because that's what the check mark is. That doesn't do it either. That's a weird quirk. I wonder what's causing that. This is a height of 30.35 right now. And then it scales it down to 30. Okay. That seems awfully suspicious and specific. 30. And here's 30.32. Which is probably due to the font size, right? If I make that smaller, it should scale it down to 28. Okay, so what if we make the font size really large? Okay, see, this is a problem. Because the text height is not being honored. which is a bit more obvious when you add multiple objects that are like super high font size. Because once you add enough items, then there's like a minimum size for the box itself. But wait, does that mean if I add, like say if I set this font size to 20 and I add another line, oh yeah, okay. The vertical size of this is not being automatically adjusted. Damn. Oh, could it be the content size fitter is not affecting these because it's technically not connected all the way down? Yeah, because when you get to the template itself, it doesn't even have a layout element. Huh. And we also don't seemingly need one anymore, that is. Okay, what happens if we put a content size fitter on this bastard? Yeah, parent has a type of layout component. A child of a layout group should not have a content size fitter component since it should be driven by the layout group. Okay. I mean, you're right. There is a parent that has one, but it's not being controlled with a layout group. So... it has to be in the template. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Shit, what did I do? Fuck. I did it again. Shit. How did I fuck it up this badly? This had a layout element, but it was disabled. Okay, hold on. Let's just do the sensible approach instead of just trying to reverse engineer this. Get back to a state where it wasn't fucking out. Okay, so now we're back to where it was. Huh. Oh, for fuck's sake, okay. Great. Okay, what's going on here? Hmm. The viewport here is kind of like hmm. I see. Try and disable this. I can't disable the scroll bar. This is all gone to hell again. This is the right mask that's hiding it. Okay. It's located on template. The template is like really small right now. Okay, and the reason why it doesn't have. No? Hmm. Yeah, so this is vertical layout group here. So where that's enabled and this layout element is enabled, then it rescales the whole thing. Hmm. You can really mess up stuff very quickly with this. Holy fucking shit. I wish I was a god at this. I'm just not. Oh, I also added multiple item backgrounds instead of items. Wait, is that why I was fucking up before? Fuck me. Uh-oh. Can we go all the way back? When I duplicated those backgrounds because... that was a long ass time ago. Hey, we're here. Just wanted to make sure that we were... that this was not the cause. Now it's like still fucking up, right? Okay. Hmm. I think this sort of makes sense because it's not allowed to be bigger than the box that it's in. I can have multiple items though. Fuck, okay, that doesn't work the way it should. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh. Or it does, but it forces them to be this size of height 30. Because that's the minimum size. Okay. So they're not allowed to be higher, smaller than this height. What if I take the first object and change it to... Right, so if minimum height is not set, it's allowed to be scaled all the way down to the minimum size of the visual asset. Okay. Hmm. That is some really weird ass behavior. But what could be the cause of that though? So these have a preferred height of 20 and a minimum height of 20. These can't be smaller than this. Which is also fine because I don't want these to scale larger and larger the bigger the box is. So this should be exactly how it should be. Like set up correctly, that is. But then there's this thing. And that's the big difficulty with this, because the solution could literally be to say like, oh, flexible height multiple places or something. And it only works if you set all the things in at the same time, right? Because this box just contains the items. And then it tells this to control child size on width and height. Hmm. I mean, the solution right now could just be to hard code a height preferred size according to the text, but then you're not allowed to basically make multiple line text and a bunch of other things. Because that would restrain it to always not be allowed to go beyond a certain minimum size. But I would rather figure out what's causing this minimum size to be enforced in the first place. Hmm. But right now this box should be like much taller than it is, but it's just not. I mean, I duplicated this text box from one that is working exactly as I want this one to do, right? Not the variable number. Where are you? Variable title, right? Because this, if I add multiple lines, it works exactly how I want it to. Scales the box vertically according to how much text is inside, and then that's the end of that. And if you add multiple variable titles in here, you know, they just get stacked on top of each other ad infinitum, as many as you want. There's this exact behavior I want down here. So So let's just for funsies say we take this element and chuck it into that list items, so it becomes another item. It also gets squished. So settings left is equivalent to content. And then viewport is like this one. Here we have a horizontal layout group. No layout element either. Of course, the settings are a bit different because I set them that way. Just to test things. And then let's see. The viewport is that, and then template here where the scroll rect is at would be the equivalent of having settings category container. Except it's not quite the same. I mean, one thing that's different here is that this obviously doesn't have a layout group. And the reason why is because it contains a scroll bar. And if you add one, then it causes havoc, basically. Because that was also the thing where now if I add more items... Nope. Okay, so that is not a problem, is it? Not if I at least set this thing to have this be dependent on in a different way. So I don't think, yeah, I can't tell this now to be like that, but I guess I can give this a layout element. and set it to have a minimum and preferred width and height. Just so that it's always that size. But now I think we're getting into that problem territory again, where because I have this as a layout element, I couldn't just do like the padding, right? Or maybe I can. Right, I can't do the padding the same way. That's the problem. Because I scale all these, like I add more things down to the list, and then that makes the template larger and larger. No, the viewport larger and larger. Does that affect the... Yeah, the bottom does nothing. Bottom thing here does absolutely nothing. Can I just add the rigged mask to this one instead? I can definitely do that, but then will this do anything? No. Hmm. Hmm. That's really weird behavior. What if I just disable this content for now? Like I can only move it down. That's kind of funky. Yeah, it's moved 50 pixels down because it's not really in a hierarchy of its own, right? Whoa, this is such a fucking pain. Why a drop down menu such a pain? Obviously I could just insert one and then just use that, but I mean then I wouldn't have my own visuals. I want it to work in a certain way, so here we are. What if we had that layout group? Will it change anything? I mean, it changes something, but it does also make things break pretty badly. But that could be due to various reasons though. I really want this to work. And then template, you don't have a layout element, so you're not being constrained. That's probably part of the problem. I mean, now I'm basically saying that this whole thing should be 100 high. I think actually it has to be 150 to be exactly what we wanted it to be. But the question is if I can even do it this way. There's only one way of figuring out. But why are you so far down? Vertical layout group. This is a horizontal one in template. So we have the viewport and the scroll bar side by side. Oh, why is there such a... Oh, that's why that was such a huge buffer, is because I never changed that back. Okay. And let's remove you so I can actually see what the heck I'm working with. So now I can add this padding in the bottom, and it doesn't seem, so far at least, that if I add more items that it bounces around in there. Of course, right now it's constrained to the confines of this box though, which is not good, because that means I can't add additional items and have them scale again. And that's why we didn't do it this way. Because yeah, damn it. Because now we're back to the whole you cannot have a layer group somewhere in that hierarchy specifically, then it just constrains everything to the size of that layout group. Hmm. But this is like what's required to get the padding to work at the moment. Okay, so it's the rigged mask that's was sort of messing with me there. Okay, so we're back in a situation now where I can add more items at least. Okay, this font size is fucking driving me nuts. Let me just change that to something a bit more sensible for the time being. Okay. Obviously this is this does not work either. Now the children are being force expanded. Because they are ignoring the layout. Oh wait. No, the content is ignoring the layout. Like being force expanded vertically. I think we might have been in this situation before. Hmm. Yeah, and then only when it reaches the absolute minimum size that the items can have does it expand the list content-wise. That's why this box up here is so small, because it can become slightly smaller than those with cut corners. Huh. Horizontal layout group. Do I need that on this? No. think the answer to that is a no. I don't actually need this settings left hierarchy. What do we have in here? We've got like some stuff there. So I think if I move that up, would we be fine? Oh wait, no. I do need this. Because it contains the title, and then underneath that we have the actual selection. Like the drop down menu, that's why it's there. Okay, just making sure. Yeah, so this is a vertical, and then the drop down setting itself is a horizontal, which that is probably not required. Because I could take the vertical layout group, move it into the drop down settings, and then move those up, right? Okay, this looks more right. Yes. One hierarchy less to confuse me, I guess. The content size fitter is all here, and it says vertical fit is preferred size. Just thinking of how to approach this. Could duplicate that. And then settings container. Remove everything that's not this menu. They just straight up single it out completely. Because if I can make it work on its own, then hopefully I can just drag it over once it's working. See, what's that dark green color? Okay, so that's the settings container. So that looks correct to what I would want it to be. Because this menu is like something that's on top of everything else and should scale independently size-wise. So at least from that perspective, it's doing exactly, you know, what it's supposed to. It's just like not doing it in the way I need it to. For one, it pushes all the items together in the list. And then when there's fewer, they scale vertically. Oh wait, that's interesting. I mean, it's still problematic, but it's interesting. Because this one up here does not stretch out to the complete bounds of it. So why is that? What's different about you? Got a preferred with a 320, which this one does not. I mean, if I said that, then yeah. It not only is not enough, but yeah, it doesn't work. Like, just straight up doesn't work. Huh. That's curious. Yeah, so now it's just like locked to that width. Okay. Huh. Which is weird because the child controls the size of itself. I can tell it to force expand widthwise, and it'll scale it to the bounds of the box at least. But the thing is, the title does not do that. Title does not do that. What about the text itself? See, that's interesting. The title doesn't even have a layout group. It just is in the hierarchy. Whereas for all of this, I've got like layout elements galore and stuff. Let's try and duplicate that as a backup, and then let's try and remove some things. See what happens. I do know that it's going to cause problems, but not exactly what I expected. Okay. Well, there's that added complexity here as well, that this is not just an image, it's also a toggle. Which only complicates matters because that's probably a factor that means I have to be very careful with the hierarchies. Shit. If I set the item background to have a free 20, will it stay? If I tell you to be flexible height 0, what happens then? That's interesting. That's mighty interesting. I mean, the text is seemingly behaving exactly as I need it to. By setting that option there to 0. The only thing now is the fucking check mark. Why is that being stretched like this? Because it's got a minimum and a preferred size. And right now it's being stretched to twice that. Oh. Ah, it's because this was set to force expand from a previous attempt at fixing this. Okay, so far so good. Then we set this to upper left, I guess. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. What happened? Okay, I gotta see. Okay, we're getting somewhere, but also we still have another problem to solve. Primarily though, at least it scales the box correctly now to its contents. Guess we can just set it to a size of 30 just to test this. Or heck, even 40. Because at the end, I'll just scale the check mark according to the font size that I end up using. Because that's probably what would look the best. But we still have more things to do though. There's still the fact that all this scales oddly when we do this. Delete you. Because it still force expands everything. Also the Unity is getting like really laggy. Am I doing something Unity does not like? Hmm. Or is it something else? Oh, my Avast is starting to do stuff. Okay. I don't think that... I think that might be a pure coincidence. Steam is also taking a lot of CPU and... yeah, it's downloading some updates. What the fuck are you downloading? Okay, Steam. No Man's Sky is being updated. 7 gig update. Okay. Could you like please not do that right now? Thank you. I need my computer at the moment. Okay. So let me make sure. Yeah. Yeah. Now everything seems to be behaving a little bit like it was all along. Okay. Just making sure that this way of doing it does not cause some kind of conflict somewhere. Hmm. Also, why is this scroll bar so small? Because it's not that scroll bar, dum-dum, it's this scroll bar. Oops. Just making sure that that is also the right size. Now this is not a good sign though. Has this been unhooked? Or is it because it doesn't know how to work with this key? Because the scroll bar is not getting longer, or rather it's not changing as I'm adding more items to this list. Fuck. It's just a cascade of problems. This whole fucking thing. So the scroll bar is still set up here. It's got its viewport, it's got its content, which is this. Let me just make sure. So it's a height of 320. Yeah, so this does get larger as I add more stuff to it. Okie dokie. But then... Dun, 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 dun. So the handle here is doing weird stuff. I wonder if I put a layout element and tell it to ignore the layout. No. That has nothing to do with it, it seems. Man. Why is this turning out to be such a fucking hassle to just make a drop-down menu? This rect mask is also not doing the thing. It's not doing the thing. Yeah, figures I wouldn't be able to see this even if I wanted to. Well, kinda. So as expected, viewport and content are scaled equally. So why we put the rig mask on this thing? The problem with that was also this bottom thing here, the layer group. Doesn't mask it on the bottom side of the the rectangle, which is really fucking problematic too. Ugh. Just give me like another day, I'll figure this fucking shit out. I wouldn't be surprised if the reason as to why this horizontal layer group padding is not working as I want it to is also part of the reason why these objects are being scaled down to the minimum size as it expands gradually. It's a really weird behavior. So this is what it's all based upon. So the things that are a little bit different is what exactly? Move some hierarchies around, of course, but the main thing about this whole UI is that it's not using the layout group system whatsoever. It's relying entirely on the rect transform settings. And that's why I can't even test it in here, because these objects are not being set dynamically. See? When they're like being populated in a list, it's like their position gets set as well. I mean, this thing does work. It's not like it doesn't, but I don't like the way that it's set up. So what happens if I add something and I figures. There's a couple things that I don't like about this. These are like being placed on top of the background image, but there's no adding or anything. Okay. Let me just disable that for now. Oh, that was the wrong one. So I just want to check real quick to see if that scroll handle actually works correctly in game, and it's just like an editor thing right now. Because if that's the case, then that's one more thing less, or one thing less I have to worry about. I've been at this fucking thing for 4.5 hours now. Not enough items. But no, as soon as I added too many items to the list, the scroll bar stops working. Oh, that's weird. So when I open this, the objects scale appropriately? No, it's just because it's because there's only 4 options. So it instantiates a copy of the template and then populates it. Fucking hell, okay. The agony. Now it's completely outside of the hierarchy whatsoever. So what if... Yeah, just stop working entirely. Okay, let me just make sure that I didn't... Fucking hell. Fuck this up. Because you can like visualize it and stuff, but I never really understood how to even read this. Sure, navigation flows between selectable UI elements. I mean, there's nothing here, so does that mean it's like not even hooked up anymore? I mean, if that is the case, then that explains a couple things. That would explain a couple things. Got the viewport, we got the scroll bar. Content. How's this drop down set up? Label and item label. Okay, well, those are definitely not set up, at least I can tell that. What are you? Okay, so that's like the text that it should say. So that's the option text in our case. It's located the same place. Good, good. Where was that sucker again? Here, right? Yes. So let's at least set that up, I suppose. And then the item label, because those were not being set up correctly. That also explains why I just said kernel size all the way down in game. So that's at least something, some progress. Still though, not sure what to do about the whole layout thing, and now the scroll bar not working. So down here, the scroll bar says what? Handle. Got a background image, and then a handle rect. I mean, that should all still be here, right? Yes. Rest should just be visuals. Then we've got template, which has the scroll rect. Got to reference the content and the viewport and the scroll bar. Content viewport scroll bar. Yeah, it's got the auto hide and expand viewport is the only thing that is slightly different. Viewport, yes. It's the right content, yes. It's the right scroll bar, yes. So it's almost like the scroll rect. Let me think about this. Does the scroll rect not scale? I guess that's what's happening here. This is a size of 150 right now. Still a height of 150. Okay, so that explains a couple things, I think. Because if the scroll rect does not scale, then the scroll bar does not scale either, because those are dependent on each other. I wonder if that's why these are being squished as well, is because they're like assuming they have to fit within this small area, and then as the amount of stuff grows to be outside the bounds of this box, essentially, you know, they squish together, because that's exactly what we see here. When I add a third item, they all squish together to fit within that space. And the same for 4 items and 5 items. And it's only when I add the 6th item where they cannot be squished anymore that it gets put outside. And at the same time, the area in which you can scroll this whole place, which is template, is fixed to 150. So the scrollable area does not get bigger. So even though they're being placed underneath each other, they're trying to fit within the confines of this box, but they're allowed to like go out of bounds, instead of this box being scaled as it needs to. I guess we can test this theory. No, not really. Because this system, this one works completely differently. God damn it. So it's like if content is larger than template of 150, then the scroll bar scales. If content is... Maybe that aforementioned theory is not correct. Because now content up here is 168, which is larger than what it was before, and larger than template. Now it's twice the size of template, but still no scroll bar scaling. It must be something to do with these layout groups still. It's really annoying because I can't even like use the drop down menu as a reference because it was made in a completely different way. Also, why is this being such a headache? Because I have to basically reinvent the fucking wheel, it feels like. And there's a logic you can follow, but man, with so many hierarchies, keeping track of that logic is impossible. Okay, well, enough complaining, I guess. I'm wondering if it's because viewport is scaling alongside the content. Could it be? Because the viewport on the other one stays the same. And then it has an image mask component. Which is then this area that you're allowed to view inside of. So that's like where it gets cut off, basically. But I'm not doing that. Anymore, at least. So this purple area, this viewport, should be limited in size. But can I do that? Because the thing is, its size is being set elsewhere. Being set in template, isn't it? Yeah, so if I remove that or disable it, if I override ignore the layout on this particular object, then that at least works. Scroll bar. So it must have something to do with how the whole masking of everything and all that works, or is set up on this one. And the thing is, it needs the viewport and the contents and everything to be in the right hierarchies, right? Because otherwise it complains. So why are those things here being locked? Why are the viewport settings being locked, I wonder? Just disable everything except the viewport. And the scroll bar, because you can't do that. Is it because... No. Okay. Is it because it has the layout component then? No. Driven by scroll rect. Scroll rect. Some values driven by scroll rect. And those are set. There's certain templates. A template sets the viewport to be this game object. Is viewport being... No, it's not. Not entirely anyway. No, it's not. Not even close. What is viewport's dimensions being set by? Okay, so viewport's dimensions are being set by the layout element on template itself. What happens if you set a horizontal layer group but don't do anything with it? Okay. Then baby dies. But that might be something I have to do though. and then use a layout element somewhere else in order to set like the content, for instance, right? Question is if the scroll wheel doesn't seem to like that either. Hmm. Hmm. And the issue is if I don't do this, then I need another content size fitter and it doesn't necessarily work the way I need it to. I think. How's the content scaling anyways? It just isn't. It's set to its minimum size again. Okay. Well, I think at least viewport is then this defining size, but what's up with this border on the right hand side? It looks to be exactly 20 pixels wide, which would be the width of the scroll bar here. What happens if I disable that? Which I can't, god damn it. Nothing. Doesn't care. Hmm. God damn, this is so annoying. So here we have a minimum width. So this is what was setting that thing. What if I remove the layout element from template itself? I mean, this is interesting. Hmm. The viewport does not have a layout group or element. But as it says, some values are driven by the scroll rect, so the scroll rect in this case is the is this thing, the content here. So if I give template that layout element, we can see through the purple area at least that it's like, you know, affecting the scroll area. AKA the viewport. Why are they only allowed to be 300 wide? Like, why does it cut there? Something else that's limiting their width for some reason. And it's set to 320 in this one, in the template. Is there somewhere else that restricts them to 300? Because variable title is allowed to be 320 wide. And then there's a drop down container which has no restrictions. Yeah, and in here we have the two elements. So what if we give you a layout element and tell you to have a preferred width of 320 instead? Like the very top level, basically. Hmm. Alright, that would require drop-down settings to have a vertical group. It does have one. But it doesn't really matter. And drop down, you have one set to 320, yeah. Same for template, but then there's something in here that's causing it to be smaller. I have no idea what it is. Smaller width-wise, that is. What if we... There's not the item, not the content, because those are constrained to this viewport of ours. Why is viewport being restricted now? Because that's like the area that we want to populate. Content. To be fair, it does say that it's being driven by the scroll rect, but... Why? Why is it like missing a little bit? Because clearly as I scale the minimum width of this box, that background element is like this image on this object even is behaving weirdly. Not because it's being offset to one side either. It's just like scaled more. It's got like a bit of a buffer zone on the right hand side. Is there it has to be somewhere there's some padding. That has to be it. Fuck me where it is though. Hmm. You know, I'm definitely certain that it's not not the content that's putting it there. Because now it's smaller than the area in which it is. Hmm. And it's not the item. Mm-hmm. Not even the content. Okay, so what does that leave? That leaves the viewport itself. And of course, template. Turn by scroll rect. So how is it being driven by this one is the question then. I mean, the obvious is that, you know, as I scale the minimum size of this thing, But even if I completely disable the layout group, why is it slightly smaller? Is it because the scroll bar is in this hierarchy? No, it's not. Might as well keep it up there for now, I suppose. Why are you doing these? Why do you have a buffer to one side? Oh, also, I should probably put it down after all. I forget, it like complains if it doesn't have them in the right hierarchies. Ah, shoot. Shoot. Not that setting. Can't be the horizontal layer group because that one is disabled. Dude, why viewport? Why are you like slightly off to one side? What happens if I scale the width of this? Nothing. Doesn't care. Sliding area, no. What if I scale? No. Let me just make sure. Yeah, it's not even the size of the scroll bar, so it can't be that either. The actual flying hell is going on with this thing. Why are you like this? Now I just have the viewport, it's still doing it. Okay. Hmm. Turn by scroll rect. But how does... There's got like a W delta there that says -17, and I'll bet your ass that those are the 17 pixels, but why? Why is it that you do this? What happens if I set you to none? Like unassign this viewport here. What? Okay, it still says it's being driven by the scroll rect. What? What? How? It's not even assigned as one anymore. It's not assigned as a viewport. The actual fuck? What happens if I duplicate you? Okay. What if I take you into the drop down settings up here? Because it was all messed up now. And I just zero in everything on you. And then I move everything into that hierarchy. Delete that viewport. And then assign you here. That's not exactly what I had in mind. Oh, that's because this is the other drop-down setting. Whoops. It's like, why is this looking so weird? Still does it. And that W delta is back. Okay. I mean, there's nothing in here. Hmm. This is driving me fucking nuts. Well, let's try and add a new drop-down menu and see what's going on that one then. What was a toggle? Dude, why is it so hard to do this? People wonder why it takes forever to make video games. Here we have a drop down that allegedly just works. I mean, it's got that W delta in there as well. What happens if we change the colors on these? Okay, that was not even visible. What about this one? That's curious. What if I tell you to be transparent? Yep, there's nothing there. Okay. UI mask. Then this is also set as a mask. Okay, is that why I couldn't see it? No. Oh, right, because the UI mask is invisible. If I set you to none, then that should be fine. There's just a box. That's the handle, and then we have a scroll bar graphic. Let's make that blue. I have a feeling that that space in the right hand side is especially made so that it fits your scroll bar. It seems to be the case. But it doesn't scale up and down when I change the size of the scroll bar, so what's up with that? Because until I figure out like what's causing that size difference, I don't know how to work with it. Of course, now if I make this non-transparent, you know, Because even that's what's confounding me, because even setting the scroll bar itself doesn't seem to do anything. Because I mean, I can see that the from the background here that the the viewport size is being like pushed off to the side. But why? What's the big idea here? And this scales according to the size of the viewport, but what controls the size of the viewport? Because is the viewport just controlled by the size of this? But then what about that buffer zone? The fuck? What? What just happened? Why does that scale all of a sudden? All I did was change the scroll sensitivity. Don't tell me it's one of those fucking things. Please let me be wrong about this. So now the scroll bar is like 10 units wide. Let's just do so I can see this. Fuck you, Unity. Oh my god. Are you serious? Why does that not update while you're working with it? Are you fucking for real? So, okay, I know now that it's based off the width of your scroll bar, but it doesn't update runtime? Why? Why is that a thing? Then again, I could be complaining about something that's fixed in later versions of Unity, but holy fucking shit, that is stupid. Oh my god. Okay. Well, that only took way too much debugging to actually figure that out. So if we go back into our settings container, where we have the drop-down container, and I take our scroll bar, and then we change the width of this to, say, 40. It doesn't matter where it is, right? So change that to 40. And then we go to template and just mess with the scroll sensitivity. I fucking want to go running screaming. How many hours have I wasted on this fucking bullshit? Are you for real? Are you for fucking real? Okay. So that gives me a better understanding of how the viewport works. So far, so good. There's still a million things I need to figure out though. But at least it answers the question on what to do about the scroll bar. If I set that to 20, then it's gonna make that is actually kind of really annoying. That is actually very annoying. Due to how the hierarchy works. Because this means that the scroll bar basically if I set this to 1 and then yes. And then if I tell you to be right side aligned and scale width-wise, but with no... I guess I would have to. And then, and see, this is the problem. So I can add like a negative position of 4 here to move it into the area. So that this scroll bar is within here, but that means that... And this was the whole thing that got me so annoyed to begin with. Is now, if I set this, update the viewport, you'll notice that the viewport goes not only 4, but 8 pixels, I guess, would have to... Why would it be 8 pixels, actually? Wait, that doesn't make any sense. It's a bit more than that for some reason. That's strange. Unless it's just... Okay, it might just be 8 pixels, yeah. Okay, not sure why it's off by that much, unless it's just always like that. I guess it doesn't actually really matter, because the scroll bar is going to be on top of this anyway, but it does mean that you can interact. I don't like when you don't have full control over things. But this should at least make it like, now I understand how that works, you know? Now, of course, I've broken some other things in the process of trying to figure that out, and now I have to reverse, like, do it again, essentially. Excuse me. I'm not gonna get done with this today. I really want to get done with this today, but I guess that's not gonna happen. Because we also have that other issue. Because these guys are not allowed to get any wider than this. And that is why, exactly? Because the content that they're in goes to the bounds of the viewport. Which is what's in, that's also part of, that's also a problem. But I can at least work with that. Still though. Right, so there's no vertical layout group here. But yeah, that means that the rect mask cannot be on the viewport then, because the viewport goes beyond the bounds of the box that it's in. Like there is a way around that, of course. I do have one way around it, but it's a silly solution, but it would work. Which is to add another visual element on top of everything else here, which is the frame. Should work, because I have that as a separate object if I remember correctly. That is such a stupid way of doing this. Because that's the whole point of the rect, is that you should be able to control exactly where it goes to, but if the box is dependent on the size of the scroll bar and you cannot adjust that box with offsets or anything, then you're fucked. Because I can add padding here, but it does nothing. Oh, wait. It wouldn't be there, would it? It would be in here. But yeah, if I set this up, then it messes with everything. I can't get the offsets simultaneously to everything else, can I? No. Yep. Okay. So I also managed to fuck up the scroll bar again. I'm not surprised at this point. Doing that solves the problem, but but I can see on content here, if that is set to 222. I don't know about the height. Doesn't seem to truly care. Like that can be any height, adjusted dynamically, of course. Yeah, so the scroll bar adjusts correctly. So if this goes beyond the bounds of the viewport, then it gets larger, which is exactly what you want it to do. Of course, it doesn't do that in the way that it should yet, but I'm starting to at least understand how these different components work together to make it do the thing. But maybe it's because this was never intended to work with the layout groups and elements. And then I'm trying to ham-fist that solution in there so it works in a different way. Let me just check something. So the actual drop-down functionality does not seem to require a viewport. The only reason why the viewport is there is because of the scroll rect and how that's set up. But I mean, based on other things I've done before, don't think I've used the viewport functionality to begin with. Because I mean, this menu that it's all in is exactly what I want to do, right? Let's take a step back for a second and then just investigate how all this is hooked up again. So we've got our graphics menu here, which has a title, and in that hierarchy underneath, then there's the settings, which is this box in the back here. And that's this darker background stone UI, which is colored differently with a color that is slightly more gray than the one around it. Why it looks darker. Then that has a rig 2D mask so that everything within this rig doesn't go beyond the bounds of this bottom half here. Might actually mean some have like a downside, but let's keep going. So in there I have a completely separated game object, which is a scroll rect, which is just the area in which you can left click to scroll this menu. And it does not have a viewport set. And let's just confirm that if this becomes larger, the scroll bar extends appropriately. There was one thing I wanted to check because I think this might actually be a slight visual artifact. It's not the end of the world if it... Yeah, as expected. So because the mask is on the outermost box area, then it gets cut off when it reaches the bottom of this menu and not within the frame of it. It's okay. It's better than what I'm currently working with. And I can add as many objects in here that get scaled just appropriately. No weird bullshit going on. Okay. So screw the fucking drop down template thing. I am so done with that. Let's make our own. All this BS. Just so that I have a backup, but let's work on this one then. Okay, so I will need the variable title, and then I will need the drop down container here. Already there scales weirdly. What's this variable title here? All right, okay, that needs to go. Oh, that's probably why it was scaling weirdly. And in here we have the drop down, which is just a select, like it's basically just a button that opens something, where this is the drop down itself. So slightly like a button. And then we've got the template that it instantiates a copy of. And then that has a scroll rect. Okay. Let's remove the scroll rect for now. And we won't be needing a viewport, so delete that. I don't want to see that anymore. How does the scroll bar position on this hierarchy? Where is that located? Okay. So it's the same hierarchy as the scroll rect. Okay. So let's just copy this component into this. And then assign the right scroll bar. And then the content that it needs to scroll is this separated menu here. which of course right now is empty, but one thing at a time. Oh man, shoot. Okay, now I can see things in here. So if I scale template now with Wise, it all follows. Pretty good. What if we enable the horizontal layout group? Things go a little awry. But now we've got these padding things that I need, or I want to utilize if I can, at least. So why is the scroll bar misbehaving? Because it was kind of relying on this thing, but you can't do that with the layout groups. So how do we fix that? By telling it to control within height in the template hierarchy. So far so good. Still have that weird space over there. I hope I can figure out what's causing that. Because it's definitely part of the content hierarchy that's doing it. Okay, it's this minimum width of the item. If I set a minimum width of this to the exact amount that it needs to be, then it should push that scroll bar over exactly where that needs to be. Okay, so let's see here. Template is just being like set directly in its rect transform. Preferably we set a preferred width here, 320. And that would mean that drop-down container should control everything through a vertical layout group. And we can do that apparently here. As long as it works, you know. Can I set it to be flexible with 1? Maybe. I mean, as long as it stays within the bounds of this, it's going to be okay, but it might fuck up if we add other, some of the other setting options that we messed around with, because then it might go out of bounds. We'll see. Okay, this is something. It's not quite working, but they're scaling correctly, at least it seems. Scroll bar is kind of broken right now, though. I wonder why that is. Could just be because of this being dependent on a layout group. Settings container. Which in this case is the content here, right? Oh, this is a rect, right? Well, it's driven by horizontal layout. If I say layout element and ignore, then I would technically have full control over the scroll rect. Right now it has a size of nothing. I set that to 0 and 1. Things get a little bit hairy. Yeah, because as I add more items, it changes this, no, not this again. It changes the size of not only content, but also template, and it should not do that. I need this to always say a certain height. I can do that with preferred height, but then it scales everything inside wrongly, so... And I can't put this outside of the template hierarchy because that's needed for the dropdown to know what to instantiate. And I can't tell template to stay a certain size because then it messes with the contents of it. Oh, that's like some bullshit dependencies going on there. Oh, there's no layout element on content. Yeah, so there's like a case where the size of the items are dependent on like a hierarchy of bullshit. That's not good. That's also why it jumps back and forth now, is because they're like making some kind of loops worth of dependent scaling, I think. I'm looking forward to go back to something that I'm well just a bit more familiar with. Let's see, settings container has a vertical layout group. but no layout element. That would be similar to template not having a layout element, but a layout group. What happens if I add more items now? Yeah, now they just get like fucked up again. This has its content set to settings container, so that would be the similar thing as content down there, which is where the content size filter is located. In my case though, this has a layout element. Try and remove that. I don't know about the content size filter thing though, because that's the thing. If these guys are dependent on that, then there's like prerequisites to make that work as well. I mean, I can set the offsets in here, so that's cool. But yeah, it still scales them weirdly. Could be because of the content size filter though. What happens if I add it here? I mean, it doesn't complain. Hey, that actually does something. What do you know? Wait, so if I set the can I set flexible width on this? No. What if I set it on the background that is set to 1? Okay, what if I say preferred width? Can I increase that? I can. So let's just try and set it to 290. So what happens if I duplicate these now? They stay the same size. Okay. What happens if I change the font size in one of them? They stay the same size. What if I add multiple lines? They stay the same size. Oh my god, things are happening and I'm fucking happy. You can't hear it on the monotone voice, but holy shit. I am so exhausted. Things are working out though. Okay. Let's try and populate this, because there's obviously some things that I need to fix still, like the mask and such. This is progress. If I set this to a size of 4 in the top. Wait, why was that set to This is the wrong place, isn't it? Yeah, this is the wrong place, I think. Unless... Hmm? So it goes all the way out to the left side bound, but why is it being pushed in a little bit? Because this is only for the contents of these bastards. Hmm. Okay. Must have some left padding somewhere higher up in the hierarchy. But where? This is the vertical layer group, so that's not it. Hmm. The position is set like that. Hmm. That must mean that contents origin is like weird. Oh, it is. It's set off to one side by 4 pixels. Huh. Oh, right. Because, yeah. If I set it in the padding settings instead, obviously doing it in the bottom doesn't do anything. And I don't really need to do it on the right hand side unless, no, because this is the content, this is not the scroll rect. It's good. Where do I set the mask? We have our graphics here. Graphics title, settings. This is the one for the entire box? Yeah? Yeah? Yeah. That would be the parent to the scroll rect. That would be template here. Okay. Obviously it still goes out of bounds, but okay. Hmm. We're getting somewhere. Because right now it's at least bound to the size of this options menu. It's just like sticking through the bottom, really. But if I figured that out, I think we're getting pretty close to like solving the major headache problems at least. Then I still need to set it up and make it work, but this is like a major step in the right direction at least. I should really just have done this from the very beginning. Just picked apart how the drop down menu worked and then looked at how I was doing scroll rects and masking in other places just so I didn't have to learn a bunch of new shit that ended up not working the way I wanted it to, most importantly. But there's still a big but, and that's that scroll rects or mask 2D situation here. Now I could just put an image on top of all this and then call it a day. Which would be basically duplicating that, removing the scroll right component, and if I remember correctly, in here, because I've got frame, just separated frame versions of all these UI elements. And this is just a square stone frame, so I think that's this one. Can't quite tell. Yeah, it was transparent as well. So I mean, this would work. It gets rid of that visual artifact. It does mean that I need like a frame. Whoa, okay. Easy there. Like a frame around it all in the end. Which is a little like an extra draw call, which is not really optimal, but since it's just a configuration setting, it might be okay. And, you know, I can do the exact same for the graphics window itself. But man, I really need to cap this off today. I think I'm in a position where returning to it should be okay. Now I can like delete those. And of course, you know, the intention was never to keep the font size at 40 or something. But I just needed to be able to scale appropriately so that now when I do this, it's got that tick box in the left corner. It's pretty much the same size as the text. And it's gonna stay up there, but I can have multiple lines if I need to. I could also even add descriptions. This does so and so in here, which is like a nice little functionality, I suppose. Most importantly though, this is now set up like a working thing. Just have to remember where you set the height of this. I think it's okay, that's not exactly great. There's a couple of things I can do here. Was that to scale alongside the box? And scroll bar. It's scroll bar. You're currently dependent on nothing, are you? Can I set you up like this? I think I can. Do have to probably, yeah, I have to push that in 4 pixels, but this can also work. Move that in by -4. Not sure why there's 4 pixels missing over there now. And then I also need to add like a edge of 4 pixels on that. But then it should at least scale with the box. Let's try it out. If I scale the height of this now. Yes, it gets bigger and smaller. As long as it's like larger than 0. Or less. Or more. That's cool. Because maybe having it like this big is a bit overkill. And to resolve the whole going out of bounds issue, I'm probably just going to scale this box to contain maybe 3 options at most. Like at the default minimal size. And then just move the whole menu further up because I can do that. Because I have no UI up here that needs to be there. And I mean, for the game, it would be preferable to be able to see more in the top when you're in-game adjusting settings, but for the sake of this UI making it a little bit easier to implement, I'm probably just going to do that, honestly. But yeah, we can set this to like... What do we set this for? 100 for now? And then just to test it out, let's temporarily set this text size on to 40. And then let's see what happens if we try and access the menu in game. It's been a while. So whenever someone asks you how long it takes to implement, no, configure, no. Make the visual elements of a drop-down menu, you can tell them 6 hours. Yeah, and some of this functionality isn't working because the colliders are not set up correctly yet. Like for instance, this object, I think, no, it's the frame. It's gotta be the frame. Yeah, it's the frame. But the scroll menu is looking correct. Not sure what that down there is. That's the 4th option. What's that doing so far down? Yeah, it is out of bounds. Why is that out of bounds? Why are you out of bounds? Ah. Don't give me this now. Can't I just have like one victory today? Small, medium, large. Of course, every time it instantiates a new copy, so right now, just disable that image. Can I test this? I can. I actually can test this. Okay, so wonder why this is. Because here I can only see 3 options, but there's 4 items in the list. Oh, I know what it is. I know exactly what's causing this. Think. So we have our template here, which is set to a height of 100. which is what we want it to be. But I never said the bloody scroll rack to be the same size, did I? Not 10. 100. Can I... I can. Why just want to do this though, and then move it in a couple pixels here? Because 24 would be the exact mark. Then it should also scale the scroll rect with the size of the box, which is what I would want. Thing though is that this is below everything right now. It needs to actually be above, right? In order for you to be able to scroll with it, but then I don't know if you can actually scroll and select things. But now if we add more items, it should also look a bit more correct. Yeah, that seems a bit seems about right. Oh yeah, it's here, right? Raycast target. No, do not do that. Do not do that. I don't think I have to disable the template every time we test, but I think it's just to be sure that I'm not assuming things work and then it's because I didn't disable things and stuff like that. Hey, and I can scroll with the mouse wheel and everything. Look at that. I can actually also click and drag. Can I click on these things? No. See, that's the problem with the scroll rec doing it this way. Because you're telling it that this is an area in which you can scroll, but you're also telling it that it's blocking your raycast, which is like a... yeah, how you're checking collision. What happens if I tell you to not raycast target on that? Fucking hell. Okay. Oh wait, I could probably have done that in runtime. Oh well. Because it's this object here. Because if we change the template settings and layout in runtime, then when it instantiates it, those changes should apply to the thing about it. Yeah, so now the... yeah. Now the scrolling thing doesn't work. Collisions are fucking annoying, dude. This is why I've always found it a bitch to work with these scroll rects. Because it's the same with this menu, right? If it's not a UI object that is occluding the background, then you can't drag and move it. But what if you want to be able to click anywhere in here to move it, and then if you just do a click without dragging, then it selects the thing, right? Because after all, you don't scroll the window anyway unless you're dragging, so... it's not the end of the world. I mean, it is there now, and it's available for me to continue work on it some other time. But at the moment, I don't think it's something I want to mess with. And this green background here should stay exactly that, because this is something that pops up in front of everything. Oh, that is actually a bit of a problem though. Fuck. That's something I didn't consider. Because basically... Which one is that again? Basically this here. Rect mask. Constrains everything to the bounds of this box here. Including the drop-down menu. The drop-down menu does not get overrule this rect mask, because it's in the same hierarchy. Which means that if the rect mask appears outside of this box, it's just out of bounds and you can't interact with it. How do we test this? Add a bunch of settings titles to this just to make sure that it is, because this is exactly what I don't need to somehow figure out how to get around. Because that obviously is a problem. I mean, I could do the thing that I did talk about where it, instead of going down, goes up. Because I would have to reverse all the directions of the scroll bar and everything, which would be a bit of a pain, but... I mean, we've already worked so much on this, so why not do that last part too? Here's the template. Because I can move this template anywhere I want. I mean, heck, I can even just move it up here, actually. And it would do just that. If I just change this to there. Instead of 150, so now it pops up there. It's a little bit weird because the box pops on top of everything. And then you scroll down again. But what happens if I... Yeah, so... Unfortunately, that does also mean that I have the same problem in the top of this fucking box. God damn it. Is there a way that you can overrule a mask? I wonder. Uh-oh. That went way out of bounds. Because... I really don't want to have to make a script that checks... I mean, I could make two different versions of this. One where the drop down is on top of it and one where it's underneath. So that if I have a menu where it's going to be placed further down the list, so never have it, like it will probably never be a top option anyway. But yeah, basically have it so that if it's further down the list, then maybe that could work. I do want to test something real quick though. Because if this thing that I'm thinking about doesn't work, if it's something you cannot do, then there's another problem too that I need to address. Did I disable? Oh, it's because I did. Oh, I'm an idiot. There we go. Now we have a scroll here, of course, but can I? No. No, I cannot. So whilst I'm in this drop-down menu, I cannot interact with anything without closing it down. And the reason why that is relevant is in this edge case. Are you doing this? Oh my god. Wait, why does it... Oh, hold on. No, wait, what? Wait, what? Does it also mean that... of course I couldn't test that. Add some objects up there just so I have like a bit of playroom. What? Wait, what's this sorcery? How does it know? Wait, what? It knows? Excuse me? It fucking knows, dude. It fucking knows where it is. Huh, that's cool. Not sure how it works out where to put the thing though. But it seems like Unity already takes care of that, interestingly enough. Okay. That means if I had done this solution and not realized sooner, then... Because right now it does the opposite of that functionality, right? I mean, it would have to. I'm just curious to see, because right now I expect it to work opposite of what it just did. So basically always being put in the wrong spot. That's interesting though. I need some more elements here. And of course I forgot the mask in the template. Yeah, I need some more. So I can check them up there. Oh, that's kind of weird though. I don't understand. How did it know? But now... Okay, so if you put it on top, it doesn't know what to do with itself? Is that it? That's like really funky behavior. But it must have something to do with how they programmed it, I guess. But that's not my concern, I suppose. Because that means I should just be able to take the template and then move it down to 0, I think is where it was. Why is all this being rendered behind everything else? Hierarchy, right? Testing 1, 2, 3, including my patients. Okay, this should be some of the last I should probably test today. There's another day tomorrow. I just can't get over that I've spent so many hours on this. Ridiculous. And I forget to set the mask again. God damn it. Drain, set the mask. Re-enable that bastard. So, now. Because that's something that could definitely confuse me. Come on. I'm actually noticing something else too. Yeah, I need more objects to test this. Yeah, so okay. It just works. And it gets put on top of everything else too. Unlike in the editor. Huh. Well, that means I don't have to take care of those edge cases. It kind of just does that inherently, and it looks alright, so... Yeah, everything is looking just fine and dandy. All the options are there, they have the right size. There's a little bit of weird clipping going on. But I have a weird suspicion that's just with... Oh, I think I know why. It's because the box is being put on top, but it's not... The bottom of the box is not like, just as similar to the top. There's a place here where I'm setting a margin. So if I set that margin to 4 at the bottom, then it allows it to do that. Okay, that's an easy fix. So content in dropdown in the template. Here, so if we just add a bottom buffer there. then that should be fine dandy. Oh my god. I haven't even made the code to make this work yet. I'm not even done setting up the visuals for it. God damn. Nice. Guess I just need to do that. Oh, nope, it has to be added up here. Yep. It's looking exactly how I wanted it. Nice. And if I want to have like spacing in here or change literally any part of this, it's so easy to do now. Very happy about that. Because that also means if I ever need to change the actual graphics, the assets that I'm using for the background images and such to ones that are set up in a different way or are visually different, I can do that without problem. I can do that without problem. Drop down arrow. It's got like, this is also a big why. Why make this sprite a black color? That's like the stupidest thing ever. Because that means you can't use the like you can't just tint it in a different color. That's why UI elements like that, if you're just making generic ones, always make them white. Always. Because if you make them white, you can just multiply a color on it. And then it, you know, changes accordingly. But now actually, if I want a drop down arrow graphic, I need to make my own. Granted, I can just take this arrow asset here if it's actually available. I don't even necessarily think I can even access it because it's like internal, I guess. If I could access the texture of this, I could just open it up in Blender or whatever and just say like black and white, boom, make it white. But that's a graphic we'll just make. That is for another day though. Because I am spent. And I'm also getting a little bit hungry. I'm having pizza today. Oh my goodness. I cannot believe that took so many hours to do. 6.5 hours. I expected this to take maybe like 1 hour, 2 hours at most. But there you go. You never fucking know. You never freaking know. Because I went so much overtime, I think we're also just gonna shut down the stream today quietly. Assuming there's even anyone in chat that hasn't fallen asleep yet. But yeah, that's it for today. Tomorrow I'll be continuing work on this, hopefully getting the functionality in there. And you know, I can't say like, oh, we're gonna make this and this happen tomorrow, but otherwise there's also the weekend. I do have to go and sign some papers Friday, but it's like so early in the morning. In what would it even be? Pre-afternoon, I guess. That I should be done with it before the regular streaming time, so it shouldn't interfere with anything. And in the weekend, we have a selection of games that we might explore. I still haven't figured out if Friday should be like a set game, like a familiar game, and then Saturday should be a random, well, not random, but you know, checking out games that we haven't played on stream and such. Whether old or new ones, indie, whatever. Haven't figured out a good approach to that, let's put it that way. But I'm thinking maybe making one of the days a you know, always play like something new if there's something on the table, because that way I can set at least one day aside for playing new games and one day aside for playing familiar games, and having like a series running or whatever. And at least for the time being, I think I want to make it so that, like for instance, our RimWorld Colony, I'm playing that off stream, but you know, I want to include that as like a running thing. But it's not going to be like last summer where, you know, we played the same colony every day throughout the entire week for 10 hours straight every day, and then only play that colony when I was streaming, and then if I needed a break, don't play that colony. So, because otherwise, like, there's just no time for it. And if I only play like RimWorld, for instance, on stream, we just don't get anywhere. So hopefully this is gonna help make it a little bit more interesting, and you still get your you know, loyalty points from watching the stream on the weekdays if you're lurking or whatever. I'm pretty sure you get them when lurking too. I haven't quite figured that out, to be exact. We haven't really tested it to see if that actually is a thing, because it's a bit more, you know, complicated to figure out. But it means that you can still, you know, get progress towards your TTK character, for instance, if you have one of those pawns there. And of course, you know, I'm doing everything I can to keep them alive. And if I encounter some bullshit off stream that I actually did encounter something bullshit recently, then I will do some mumbo jumbo developer mode magics to make sure that the colony doesn't, you know, die because of some unforeseen consequences. Like for instance, we accepted a quest last stream, which I was like, oh, it's the Federation, okay, 3 waves of this, and I was saying, we can do this. We could not do that when they suddenly arrived yesterday when I was playing off stream. Basically, just one of the waves was almost enough to take down the colony, and they were free. And worst of all, if you didn't take them out as they were spawning in, they would overrun you, because they would spawn 3 waves of raids in, and then they would attack you. So they would attack 3 raids worth of troops at the same time. Anyways, enough rambling for today. I will hopefully see you all tomorrow, and otherwise I will see you in the weekends where we'll be playing some games, and yeah, you know the rest of the drill. For now, at least, have a good rest of your day, I hope, and I will see you all in the next one. Goodbye, and thanks for today.